Let's see. Ooh. I never had the game itself like lag like that. Weird. Ugh. Oh well. Alright, I think everything is up and running. Alright, let's go ahead and start. Hello everyone, my name's Caden. Welcome back to more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Last time we started off Resolve, and we beat the first case. And now we're getting through case 2. And the man who we thought had died is now back alive and is now also testifying. So, let's go ahead and just get into it, I guess. Which one of these two did I save on? I think it's this one. Are you the one? Yeah. We just introduced Shamspear and Adrian B. Meterman.
I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road.
Oh yeah, she's right. It's him. Oh, what's this? What's that man doing over there? It looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
Excuse me. Can we have a word? I'm out of here. What? Oh, there you go. I got my fancy goggles. Yeah, we spotted him outside Mr. Garridip's house that morning. And he's a gas company employee. What's he have to do with this case? Weird.
So, Mr. William Shamspear, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct?
Oh heaven, oh hell, do command me to remember the sweet poison that discrossed me and crossed mine innocent lips.
I subpoenaed him for the trial. With his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any room for doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure.
Behold, you have only to rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart, as all heavenly angels be.
Because this isn't a as contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. Make sure how this sounds. Okay, it sounds alright. Itchy. Let me bring this down a little bit. Squeak chair. Maybe the squeak's coming from the mouse on the shoulder here. See you?
The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid.
They're actually taking a seraph anagram idea seriously?
Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions.
But, my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspear doing here? The gas man, I mean.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that a victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question? And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar.
What? No, I didn't quite say that.
This young chin-stroker is here to controvert your wild claims, conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hey, hang on. No, I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question.
How one may smile and be a villain. Yes, it does pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent.
Alright, Shamspear. The wintry night of my discontent.
The snow lay about. My neighbor did come in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But Mary, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this close window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Easter pillar.
Wait, what did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shakespeare's room all night.
That's right. Of course, the close window's all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering, and I peered into that.
That's creepy. Why are you doing that?
The question is, why?
Well, now, that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wast thou not stare in wonderment?
What are you talking about?
This buzzing busybody hath not parts in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
What do you say about me?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Indeed, that is so. And, as the testimony we have heard just clearly reveals, there was no one else other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime.
Well, this is already a great start.
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. The wintry night of my discontent.
Hold it!
Hold it. To be clear, by neighbor, you are referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, indeed, sire. Perchance thou was I call him the man from upstairs.
And at what time did the mustached Nipponese visit you in your room?
Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo, did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea.
Details of which are in accordance with the defense's own testimony, yes.
And we were broiled in such literary debates as history hath not seen before.
By which I presume he means...
Your discussion about who was the stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, to play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbour played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as what our characters be, to bring weight upon our merry experiment.
I dare not imagine the scene.
Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? Yes, I had heard of the eastern art of jujitsu, but... ne'er did I dream 'twas be the skill practiced by a comely maiden.
Juliet beat Romeo up? This is not helping our case. Yes. Abuse.
I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debates. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement about the tea that the accused brought to your room.
My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I would do thy bidding. But Mary...
What? Let me stop you there. Mr. Natsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 hours that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time.
I can wiggle.
If the defendant had really put the poison in your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're gonna have to explain.
Gladly. 'Tis an easy task. I did drink of the tea, not while my guest did tarry, but after he took leave of me. Faith, 'twas stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched.
Objection!
That doesn't sound normal.
Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou must recall our fiery debates. Amidst such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea.
Romeo and Juliet again. And it was stronger.
Mr. Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker?
But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stupid lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil.
We all know what that means.
Hold it!
So, you didn't have any kind of evening meal? Dinner? Supper?
Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. Eat thrice daily is but a waste of time.
Sorry?
I would that my belly were full, no more than the sun doth rise.
Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say.
Night and day do fill my hours and learn study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it that there doth not in my chamber be then the costumes of mine arts.
That would appear to be the case, as even a rodent was found starved to death in your room.
Now I think of it, it's not just food that was conspicuously missing from that room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single play or script anywhere.
Weird.
For I have devoured them all.
This guy eats paper.
You've eaten them. Every word be within my skull. Dost thou imagine otherwise?
Right. That wasn't misleading at all. Now, could you turn around, do you think?
Which brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea.
I'm still confused. Why are you... But the windows of the house have all been filled in.
A historical artifact of the now defunct window tax.
Yep, you're right. It all bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking into that gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there?
And for some strange reason, a couple bars of soap lined up on the edge outside as well.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's my orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in my body.
What? What's with all the theatricals today?
Out of interest, Mr. Meaderman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left. He was in that room there the whole time, as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discuss the possibility of suicide.
How can you be sure of that?
The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this... Sorry. Easy cases bore me, apparently. Is this an easy case? I don't know. It's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Oh, yes. Lucidly explained, Counsel. Thank you.
It really was. You can't argue with the logic.
Hold it!
You say a short little round-backed Eastern fella. So you can't be sure it was the defendant, then?
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London?
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap and it was quite dark, so I didn't notice the mustache. But he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure of myself.
And when the person you saw arrived, did he and Mr. Shamespeare drink tea together?
Nah, sorry, I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I didn't see the room all that well, could I? But what I did see was still that little roundback fellow wearing a pretty dress.
Oh.
And the pair of them started some kind of wrestle match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
I suppose that was the Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting underway.
Mr. Meaderman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, you can state with certainty that no one else visited the victim on the night in question.
No question. Glass man's honor.
Uh-oh. I get the feeling I know exactly what's about to happen.
My lord!
Goodness me. Yes, Mr. Foreman?
I've kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Are you all with me?
Yes.
Are we to understand that you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are in agreement with one another? That you've reached a unanimous decision?
Too right, we have. Are you all with me?
Yes.
Wait, no. The defense is in the middle of a cross-examination. To be honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man. Especially after you identified those few owls that followed the accused leaving the victim's room.
Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it.
But in the end, what difference do they make? None as far as I can see.
And since that's now apparent, there's really no reason to delay our decision any longer.
Like I was saying before, if I go take my Bob home with me tonight, the missus will blow her top. What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said.
Very well. I let the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty!
Here it goes.
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Fire! Alright, the summation examination time.
All of you.
Well, it would appear that the jury is indeed unanimous. I need a drink. So, this time at least, it seems justice will be done. All's well that ends well, as they say. This calls for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished.
Get up, Mr. Arroyo, please. The trial isn't over yet.
What do you mean, Mr. Sato? Why do I mean that? What about the information I found in the Encyclopedia of British Law?
I have. The obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember?
I had completely forgotten tutorials, Mr. Sato. A summation examination? Yes, that's right. We don't have a jury in Japanese courts, of course. But here in the British court of law, if we can reverse the decisions of the majority of the jurors, we can force the trial to continue. This trial can't end now. Whatever it takes. I just can't let that happen. The defense moves to invoke its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Why am I not surprised? Have I learned Nepalese friend's inability to admit defeat? You choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Simply no other defense counsel in recent times has exercised the right to a summation examination. Because they all know that once the juror's mind is set, it cannot be altered. And yet, we've also seen this one guy do it. How many times has he done now? One. Like twice in the other trial. Like 5 times. Whatever. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. The defense counsel's request is granted. This court will proceed with the summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law.
Thank you, my lord.
Are you and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. And we're ready for it.
Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby call upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he stands accused.
This one ought to be tough, because we're literally going to have to make the jurors think, like, not trust the victim itself, so...
The victim may not be well off, but he's a noble man straight up. There's no reason to doubt the man.
Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid.
Just look at that accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. It's kind of racist, isn't it?
There's no evidence that suggests the gangling actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. I really don't care. I just need this trial to end quickly.
3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know? Nothing at all.
These are very difficult statements. I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced.
It would seem that all the jurors have come to the conclusion that Mr. Shamspeare is a fine, upstanding, and honest citizen.
So the goal here is to make it so he's not that. If you ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements.
And sadly, nothing Mr. Natsumi has said appears to have registered at all.
Well, here goes. Let's not forget. I've pleaded with the jury on Soseki-san's behalf before and it works. So you never know.
Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how
Yeah, I don't. No need. I know how to do it. Thank you for the kind offer, Mrs. Sato. But I've been through plenty of these simulation examinations already now. I think it's important that we don't delay the start any longer than necessary.
Of course, I understand. And I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, you can turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you.
The key to this is really listening carefully to each of the jurors' statements. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other.
Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. My little mouse friend will help me. Why are you smiling? I think there might be something right off the bat that I want to check. Well, actually, yeah. I'm pretty sure we had the same problem in the last game in the one case you were in, but can you please stick to testimony? You keep talking about need to take home some money. What's that all about, sir?
But finish last. That's what it's all about.
What's that?
I'm talking about the derby at Hyde Park, aren't I? It was the Queen's Cup last week. Wasn't it?
Derby?
It was a dead cert. That's the thing. I couldn't lose. So I took my wife's secret savings.
Why did you do?
But then the homeless old mare went and did the unthinkable. Ugh, that stupid finish last. Oh dear. I think it's clear what happened, isn't it? This is the day that Mrs. Sears' savings were slipped down to the pub. So come on, let's finish this line now. Just give up.
No, that's not going to happen. For now.
Hold it!
A fraudsman? What do you mean by that, Adam?
It really is a most tiresome problem for the company. Most irritating. We can be absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence. We can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued.
I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you?
I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Ultimate Gas Company.
Good gracious, ultimate gas, you say?
Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. As I'm sure an employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree.
Absolutely great, Lady Quinby. You gotta be used properly. Ultimate gas is the best in the world, of course.
Oh, so that's why he was bowing earlier.
I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Mr. Arhodo.
Right. He bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? So would I be right in assuming that the reason Mr. Miniman was watching what Mr. Shamspeare was up to in his room?
I'm afraid that there's no end to the lengths that population of the East End will go in order to steal our gas. So I really have no choice when the company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. But the dispatcher workers who just watch the suspect day and night are very thorough in our investigations.
So you mean Mr. Shamspeare is...
I wouldn't come out and say it in public, but you can finish that sentence with a grubby little gas thief.
You have noticed the public galleries in here, have you?
The eye of man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, Wast thou wound me with thy words, where I let them penetrate the skin? But sirs, hear not insults, only choirs of angels in song.
We may not have evidence yet, but my workers won't stop buzzing around until they find it. And when they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to your angelic heights in an ultimate gas explosion.
So Mr. Shanspeare has been stealing gas. Actually, I think I get it now, I think. It explains two pieces of evidence here. Here, I was curious, what is this all about? And the bar of soap. Oh, wait. It's different. Oh.
What is it, Mr. Naruto?
This bar of soap, when we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in its depression, just here, a reddish one.
Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now, the depression is completely empty.
Where could the disc have gone? I think I get it now. It was wax. Oh, he's doing like a little fake coin trick, isn't he? He's using wax coins. They use the bar of soaps to make. I wonder, juror number 4, sorry. If you wouldn't mind adding that information to your statement.
My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping the thief apart you enjoyed?
A little before the part about object violence, if it's not too much trouble.
Yes, of course.
This could be it. This could shift the balance. I think so too. The victim puts on a fine performance, but in reality he's a common thief of my company's gas. I wonder if I can pit this against the first guy, Mr. Foreman's, or Fairplay's, or whatever. I think his name is Fairplay. Fine, upstanding victim.
Objection!
Yep. Those two statements have nothing in relation to each other. Shut up. Let me press it. That's a bold claim. How can you be so sure?
It's really very simple.
Noble lady of gas, I pray thee, hold thy tongue.
I beg your pardon.
Hath that rank-coated air that doth our darkness illuminate any place in this assembly? I didn't read my own words. I really am a sham. Nay, 'tis the sole import here that some would extinguish the light of mine own life. Verily, I never could recall stealing thy gas. Pray let the matter rest till anon.
Why, you little...
Begging your pardon, my lady, but might I suggest you don't say any more at this stage. We need hard evidence first. If I keep eagerly watching this bloke, I'll get him in the end. He'll slip up.
Do you think maybe that secret's out of the bag?
No, this is so frustrating.
Common gas thief.
Hold it!
Are you saying that you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid?
No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is a victim here. What reason would he have to lie? And yes, he is rather splendid.
So you say, yet again.
Meanwhile, the man who stands accused behaves so suspiciously, it's exhausting to look at him. I'm afraid he's not splendid at all.
Splendid logic there, madam. Thank you so much. I want to try something. The key to summation examination is identify contradictions, right? Can't let that happen. Okay. I was confused. Checking off some.
Hold it!
Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars?
Oh, I've no doubt about it. Like that shaky client of yours, for example.
Absolutely not. Mr. Natsume is no liar.
Look, the point is, the only thing that passed the victim's lips that night was the Japanese man's teeth. When you take the Gossman's testimony into account as well, the truth couldn't be any clearer. Well, that's alarmingly logical. Well, let me be frank here. I'm a gentleman, with a gentleman's values. If it turns out that the old Shakespearean in chum is a rotten lie after all, I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. And I'm sure my fellow gentlemen of the jury would do the same. Isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Though I don't see it happening. What's that? Early gent on the end here, you know. You'll have to speak up.
Look, I really don't care about all this nonsense. I just need this trial to be over.
How many gentlemen do we actually have on the jury here, then? Anyways. Alright, then. I may hold you that. Don't forget what you said. You show me the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position.
Hold it!
Sir, you can't... No, not one of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy. There's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. And I'm racist, apparently. What? You see, you arrive at the conclusion in just 3 steps. 3 steps like a waltz, in fact. You know, the more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though. And you're on the wrong foot. No, there's nothing but circumstantial evidence here. There's no actual proof of the defendant's guilt. Well, the victim's version of events is backed up by what the big chin fit next to him said isn't it? 1, he's all Japanese man there. 2, he's all no one else. And 3, he's all Japanese man there. Oh, that's another 3 steps. All this really does seem more and more like a waltz, doesn't it? Right. And the prosecution will waltz its way into victory if I let you speak much more. This jury's useless.
Hold it!
Hold it. What do you really mean by that, sir?
Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do.
5? You're a really early riser then, aren't you?
Meh, what's that, Row?
I said you're an early riser.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away into hours in the evening by reading books as well. But by about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on.
He sleeps at 2 in the morning, and the internet dies at 5, apparently. Or, no, at 12:38. He sleeps at 2 in the morning and gets up at 5. Oh my. That means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night.
Huh? What's that, dear?
Only 3 hours of sleep each night!
That's right, you see. 3 hours of missing time, like I said. It's not much, is it?
This really isn't helping. Yeah, I've already read the... So I gotta figure out how they're lying. If you can show me that the victim's a liar, I'll reconsider my position. Pretty sure I've pressed every statement at this point. Hey you, why not talk to Miss B here? The victim put a fine performance, but in reality he's a common thief in my company's gas.
Objection!
Alright. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
Goodness, good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
Juror number 1.
What are you telling about, my lad?
I presume you heard juror number 4's statement, made by the wife of the owner of Ultima Gas.
Well, yes.
The victim, who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, is in fact turns out to be a common thief.
So the lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say so much.
It's true. We don't have evidence as such. Just yet. But the claims aren't baseless, you know.
What?
You heard me. Seeing as his operation has already been compromised. I would suggest that the court hear testimony from our East End branch office employee over there.
I'll do whatever you say, mate. My lady, that's my daughter.
Juror number 1, you say you're a man of your word. If I could show that Mr. Shamspear is a liar, you assured me that you would reconsider your decision about the defendant's guilt.
Yes, I did say that. And as a man of my word, I'll hold to it. As I'm sure the other gentlemen of the jury will.
Me? Oh, well, yes. Now that we found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Well, if I'm perfectly honest, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. So if this means a recap of your points, that would shoot me down to the ground.
Oh no, I'm not having any part of this. I want this trial over and done with.
In that case, I shall change my leaning.
Thanks.
So, Miss William Shakespeare, if that is your real name, we of the jury demand to know exactly what kind of man you really are.
Very good. That's 4 jurors. 4 for not guilty.
Yes, Mr. Naruto. Victory.
Order, order. Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. As a result of the defense's summation examination, the jury's leaning has changed. Now only 2 jurors say guilty, whilst 4 say not guilty. Therefore, I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord, and order the trial to continue.
Very good. What?
You have spoiled the bouquet, Mr. Shamspear.
That instant act ain't gonna work for you anymore, Ursham.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they are unable to trust you, the victim.
But you gods will give us some pots to make us men. So God mend me.
I do swear.
The Scotsman speaketh that which concerns him most, not but gas, not but thin air. Aye, it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance, and it doth reek foul.
Alright, what did you say?
Do I take it, Mr. Shamspear, that you deny the allegations of gas thievery?
Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgot? I am a seraph, an angel, noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart.
You flowery mouth, bulbous beanpole, just because I haven't got the evidence yet.
Mr. Shamspear, if, in fact, you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, if you are a liar, then your testimony should have no sway in this courtroom.
It is my considered opinion that at the present time, no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimony heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case.
Oh no.
However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, I believe it would be inappropriate for this court to not to pursue the point further.
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated.
Juror number 4.
Yes.
Didn't you say before that although you had no hard evidence to prove this man has been stealing gas, you have strong grounds for suspecting him?
That's right. We do. Don't we, Merker?
Absolutely, Lady Quinby. That's man's honor.
Very well then. We will hear your testimony now. You will tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, William Shamspear, has been stealing gas.
Yes, my lord. It'll be my pleasure. On the ultimate gas name, I swear.
If I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam.
This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in a supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Yo-ho! Yeah, sweet honey! Yeah!
Very well. As an exception, I shall honor your request.
Thank you, my lord.
You wait till the boss gives you an earful! Oh, it's gonna sting, you mark my word!
So, you will both testify before the court on the subject of the illegal consumption of the Altamont Gas Company's fuel.
Yes. Is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont gas, my lady. Which is the clearest in the world.
Yeah, at least he likes his job, I guess. Do you think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Susato?
I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruto.
So yes. The Altamont Gas Company's investigation.
I'm proud to be the company's East End branch investigator, meter money collection agent. Altamont gas meters accept through penny bits. Each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas.
And yet, the meter in Mr. Shamspier's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though, and the collection agent has the only key.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without us paying a penny. And that's not even what is.
Okay.
Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn my hollow jealous. What do you mean by that remark, Lord Van Zeeks? Did a mustached Nepalese man poison the gangling excuse for an actor, or did he? That's all the court should concern. That is all that should concern this court. And yep, now we must listen to this abhorrence.
What?
Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern little island nation is more than geographical distance.
But this could turn out to be crucial testimony. The cross-examination must go ahead. What?
Do what you will.
Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood.
Yes, he does. An attempted poisoning and an incident of gas theft with no supporting evidence. It's true that they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. But I wonder, the truth tends to be buried in the most unusual places. And the first step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. I think I know exactly what I want to start with. The meter in the a single coin doesn't appear to have been tampered with.
Hold it!
Can I hear more on this? There's only one key for all of your meters.
Yeah, well, in truth, there's another key in the company vault of our main office. But even if someone had somehow managed to get a hold of the key, we'd know if the coin box had been open.
Oh? How?
I came up with a rather clever way to expose any little shenanigans as it happens.
Would you care to explain?
Well now, an old empty meter. You have to unlock the padlock and remove the cover. But when I close the cover again, I stick a little beeswax seal on it, you see?
A seal? Like the sort of thing you put on an envelope, you mean?
Something like that. Here. Basically, you can't remove the cover again without breaking the seal.
Now, in the case of Mrs. Shamspier's meter, there were no coins inside at all, as I said.
But the seal hadn't been broken either.
So that would mean Mr. Shamspier somehow managed to steal coin from inside the meter without opening it?
It would seem so, but that would be impossible.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on?
Recent weeks. He's been pinching gas off us for ages.
And you have examined the meter in Mr. Shamspier's room, I take it?
Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb.
And found nothing suspicious at all, I presume.
No, I'm afraid we didn't. Which is exactly why I demanded a new type of meter to be produced. One with an indestructible lock, the Shamspier Special.
That sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3-penny pieces.
But even after all that, the rascal's meter was still empty.
I'll never forget the humiliation. When I opened the money box and found it bare. You know what? You what? I said. You what? And the look on his face, the smarmy smile of his.
Ah.
I pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office. But you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of it being Jimmy's oven anywhere. Not a single sign. And what's happening to my salary loss? Down like 3 shillings a day, that's what.
A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter?
Nothing became of it. I still got it.
Oh,
Right here.
no wonder they call you Meterman.
I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester this item while the trial is ongoing.
Alright. This is where you put in a coin. That's a very sturdy looking padlock, isn't it?
And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too.
So if Mr. Sholmes were to get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately.
Mr. Naruhodo, mischief of that kind is not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would...
You know you didn't finish that sentence, don't you?
Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs.
But it does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Ah! Hello there. Oh, what's that? What's...
Have you spotted something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Just here. There's a little hole. Do you see?
Goodness, you're right. I wouldn't have noticed.
It's not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say.
So you think it might have been opened by Mr. Shamspeare?
Possibly. It seems the people at Alderman Gas must have missed it.
Well, it certainly seems to go all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, but there's no way a coin could fit through here.
That's true. But even so, it seems more than a little suspicious.
And there's a very tiny hole in its base. I think I've got an idea of how this works now. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it.
Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Though I would say it has as much value as the contents of that meter.
It isn't tampered with. You guys are bad at looking.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say that this meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with.
What?
Get away! I've been over and over that thing! I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with it!
In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box?
Oh! What?
You're right. You're quite right. There's a little hole there. The meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do.
In other words, we can assume that Mr. Shamspeare secretly opened up this hole himself.
Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? I mean, it's shiny. You're gonna get it farther through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some details about your meter's design.
What sort of details?
Well, what I specifically like to know is, how does it differentiate coins? That's what I want to know. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins?
What do you mean?
Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1-penny coin, that wouldn't work, presumably, would it?
No, of course not.
So, well, how does the meter know that the coin has been fed as a threepenny a bit?
Ah, I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter, you see. Other coins just won't fit.
Ah, I see. It's clearly been very well thought out.
The witness will amend her formal testimony with that information in case it is pertinent.
As you wish, my lord.
I think I've got you, Shamspeare.
Objection!
Wrong. That last statement does not need to be pressed on. Oh? What is bar soap? Circle of bread. About 2 centimeters across, or 3/4 of an inch.
You think?
We did find the soap at the scene, didn't we?
Yes, there were 2 bars on the ledge, so we took this one, but I'm sure when we first found it, there was some sort of red.
Yep, here we go. No sign of it now, we're gonna gone. Now I can show it.
Objection!
Let me just confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be correct, the meter would accept any object as if it was a through penny bit. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, by something of a coincidence, while we were investigating in Mr. Shamspeare's room, we found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly.
Something that's the same size as the throughpenny bit. What was it?
The item in question is this.
Have you been inhaling gas in the bar soap?
It certainly looks nothing like a throughpenny bit, I must say.
It looks like I'm gonna have to point out exactly what I mean here. Are y'all blind? Turn upside down.
Got it!
You have to turn the soap over to see what I mean.
Ah. Are you referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there?
That's right. A depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or, in other words, almost exactly the same size as the throughpenny bit.
Get away!
Does anyone here present have in their possession a throughpenny bit? Quickly now, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen.
It sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it?
This is my court, and I will allow myself to steal the money of everyone here. Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have here a throughpenny bit. Now, let's see if it fits. Perfect. My word, it can be more snug.
Yes, as I suspected, this, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded.
Well, I don't believe it.
Let me guess.
What? So, your assertion amounts to what? That some inferior bar soap has a tentative connection to the theft of gas?
Yes. The depression in the soap was clearly made by a throughpenny bit.
I must concur, at least, that pushing a coin in with some force into poor quality bar soap such as this is a remarkably simple way of replicating the coin's shape.
And then you can use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. You can make fake coins in no time.
This brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's the method Mr. Shamsbury has been using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. And now, if I follow the chain of thought, it's going to bring me to a new explanation for what happened that nobody's considered yet. But this is all nonsense. If the man had been making fake coins, my worker here would have found them and he emptied the meter.
Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of some black magic that could make them disappear. I see. That's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear into thin air, yes.
Exactly. And the meter here gives it away.
What on earth?
There are remnants of the magical method used visible on the gas meter taken from the victim's room.
If that is your assertion, Counsel, the defense will identify these remnants for the court at once. Where on the meter can the remnants of the method used to make fake coins disappear be seen? But first, you may save your game, because fear.
Have you all forgotten already?
Got it!
We found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime, just outside the victim's window.
Outside?
Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meeman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where we found the soap.
Ah, I get it.
That's right. The answer, of course, is ice.
Did you say ice?
Mr. Shamspeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening, filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning.
Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them into the gas meter, giving him light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside the meter's coin box melts,
Turning back into water, and draining harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Why did everyone go quiet?
Just like that. So simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been bullying us all with some bars of soap and some water.
That's right, madam.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Do you have any idea how much money you spent on to develop that new meter? And now you have the audacity to suggest that a bit of soap and some water can render it totally useless.
I'm fairly sure I didn't design it.
Evidence.
Sorry?
I want evidence. If you're going to stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish, I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she?
Well, thankfully, I can do exactly what she asks. Very well, Lady Altamont. If you like evidence, I'll provide it.
What? Mr. Naruto, are you saying you have evidence to support it?
I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a little at the time. And I have a feeling that this theory we've come up with now could explain it. The piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about how Mr. Shamspeare has been stealing gas is...
Take that!
the crime scene photograph. This is a photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered, taken by Inspector Gregson. And it clearly shows the remnants of the crime carried out by Mr. Shamspeare.
What remnants?
Here you can see the gas mirror on the wall in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Now, look closely at the floorboards directly underneath the meter.
What? What is that? Some kind of grubby stain.
Almost certainly, it's a water stain resulting from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. If one coin gives around 2 hours of gas usage and the occupant was eating his room in all his waking hours, we can imagine he would have used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melting ice inside the mirror box coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. Sorry.
This is awful.
And there's further evidence too. Mr. Shamspeare slumped over in his table, apparently having consumed strychnine. And right there next to him is a bar of soap, broken in half.
You're right.
It would appear to me then, the counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but... certainly not.
He didn't beat around the bush there, did he?
In truth, Mr. Shamspeare was found with a fork in his hand.
A meal of soap is sounding increasingly likely, Lord Van Zieks.
Do you mean to say he was using that fork too?
Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap.
But the bar broke in half. So perhaps it didn't go very well.
Good gracious.
What? Lord Van Zieks?
I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hollowed bottle on the way. Pray, forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish with your most recent cross-examination?
Well,
That Mr. William Shamspeare is a liar and a thief. In other words, that his testimony is unreliable.
that's it. That's exactly it.
Very well. Let's assume that the man is a liar. Now, allow me to pose another question. What possible difference doesn't that make?
Well,
We know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigation revealed no signs of another vessel that contained poison. And on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. The young gasman's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could have entered the victim's body is via the tea. The court has seen no evidence whatsoever that suggests otherwise. Even if William Shakespeare is the liar you claim him to be, these facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Therefore, in light of these facts, the prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You...
order, order. Well, counsel, how's the defense respond?
Mr. Naruto,
Yeah. What was the point of that last cross-examination?
did it actually get us anywhere? Or did it make no difference at all, like Lord Van Zieks is saying?
Hold on. Raise objection. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest.
What?
But, counsel, you've successfully explained everything. You've identified and substantiated the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Van Zieks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point. But contrary to what we would have the court believe, not all of them have been objectively established yet, at all.
What are you trying to say, my Nibonese friend?
At least one of these so-called facts is an assumption, make due to the lack of evidence. But the situation's changed now, following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand.
Don't be absurd! What is this nonsense?
Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and consider it as a whole, it's clear. There's a question that we now need to reconsider, namely... was it someone else responsible? Or was there another visitor? Or was there poison in the tea? Well, I don't think another visitor is going to be helpful here because we have the testimony of Mr. Meterman. Was someone else responsible? Or was the poison in the tea? Was there poison in the tea? We've all been led to believe that the strychnine poison that afflicted Mr. Shakespeare was in the tea brought to him by Mr. Natsume, but that's conjecture at best.
Objection!
The victim has testified that nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. And since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be attested for traces of the poison.
Objection!
As I said, the situation has changed. Because in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's tea was left at the scene. And a particular piece of evidence proves it.
Objection!
A ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. What evidence are you suggesting they missed?
The defense has made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea? Oh, wait! Oh, but I don't have it anymore. Shoot, where is it?
Take
Good gracious. The soap, again. The same bar the victim used to fashion his coins of ice.
Yes, that's right, my lord. It's just come back to me. Something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday.
It's more bars of soap.
So, what are bars of soap doing lined up on the ledge outside the window? I'm quite certain that when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar.
So you discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinating.
In a way, yeah. But there's more. The coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice.
There was something strange about them, you mean?
Exactly. Something very obviously strange. They were red.
The ice was red? No. You mean...
That's right. It's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea.
Ugh.
I will remind the court of a statement made by Mr. Natsume earlier in this trial.
Good evening. Yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shakespeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I brought bottled water especially to make it. And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never. Yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in the East End are prone to freezing.
So, on the night in question, Mr. Shakespeare, having no running water to use, was forced to use the tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins.
My word.
There were 2 bars of soap in the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene.
That's right, and we only borrowed one of them.
Which means that, even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime. Frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shakespeare's window.
Extraordinary.
Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if 1 drop of the tea remains, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we are now in a position to prove or disprove what has until now been mere conjecture. By finding out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all.
You smug Nipponese!
My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. The police should be dispatched to recover the remaining bar of soap from the scene at once. And the defense requests a thorough analysis of the tea frozen tea embedded in it to determine whether or not it contains any poison.
Bailiff! Bailiff! Instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understand. It would seem we have no choice but to suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objections, Lord Van Zieks? None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite test immediately. The trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. The prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations as appropriate in the interim.
Yes, my lord. Well, we managed to scrape through there somehow.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned until tomorrow.
Yay! And this is actually the first time, or we never did it in the previous game, but they never did it where it was, in the previous game it was just all investigation and then all trial. Now it actually is doing the proper thing of going back and forth or whatever. Squeaky chair. Why is my room empty? Well, we made it back in one piece. Just, to be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while.
Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. There's so many carriages on the streets of London. You're very nearly flattened several times.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you.
Oh, thank you.
And now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow.
Yes, let's do that.
Is everything alright?
I suppose I still just can't quite believe it, that's all. That I'm here in England, working as a lawyer, I mean, in the Old Bailey, no less. The truth is, it shouldn't be me, should it? It should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma.
It was Kazuma-sama's wish that you follow him to Great Britain and work alongside him.
Yeah, I mean, I never had a chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him.
And you're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. I've no doubt that Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us.
Thank you, Sasan. Thank you. Investigation time. Door. I heard that there's another room behind that door.
Yes, it's my bedroom, Naruhodo-san, as you well know.
Shall I help you unpack your things?
That's very kind, but no thank you.
Your luggage looks very heavy. Are you sure I can't help you move it at least?
That's very kind, but really, no thank you. A young main's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, don't you know?
The only secret I have is a 5 yen banknote hidden on the backside of my Daruma doll. These tanks are for keeping sea creatures. They're called aquariums, and they were all the rage in London at one time, apparently.
Yes. The English are so clever, coming up with the idea of having ocean life on display in home.
And it means you always have an emergency midnight feast on hand, too.
I'm not sure that's really the idea.
Garlic? Nothing else? Oh, shovel. Perhaps we should put the spade away somewhere.
That's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging up. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
Well, it doesn't really matter, does it?
You're so right, Naruhodo-san. We mustn't quarrel over such trifles.
On reflection, then, I think I'll leave the spade where it is.
Yes, I think that's for the best. We may need a shovel when we're working in the garden.
Let's present... Look at this! This!
You've been wearing that ever since we arrived in Great Britain, haven't you?
Well, it's what shows that I'm a lawyer, so it seems appropriate.
I'm not sure that really means much in this country, though, I'm afraid.
I wouldn't say that. It might not be official, but it looks official. Often when the police stop me, I just show them this and they leave me alone.
You're stopped by the police? Often?
Well, you know, I'm a suspicious foreigner, dressed all in black with a sword at my side.
I do think it's probably the sword that's the main reason. Still, it makes me happy to see you wearing it. And the armband.
Yeah, I made my mind that I'll carry them always. The symbol of who I am and the sword of Karuma. Huh. It was quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? I gotta get comfy. And... Ugh. When the victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. It's even more surprising that he's a liar.
I know.
Not only that, but then finding out that he's actually a barefaced gas thief as well.
Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Soseki-san poisoning the tea.
To be honest, I kinda did too. Careful of your phrasing, Soseki-san. He didn't poison anything. And there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure of it.
Mr. Shamspear certainly wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at the first time.
What's become of him, actually?
I was told that he'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment.
Oh, which one's that?
Let me see. Ah, yes. It's at St. Bartholomew's. Or Bart says Londers call it.
Ain't this the same place Olive Green's at? We know that place, don't we?
Yes, we visited Miss Green there. Yesterday. It's the same hospital to which she was taken.
I thought so. Yeah, after Soseki-san stabbed her in the back.
Do be careful of your phrasing, Naruto-san. He didn't stab anyone.
Perhaps we both owe Soseki-san an apology. St. Bartholomew's. Yeah, we should probably visit the hospital later. So, we know that Soseki-san took tea to the victim on the night in question. But as he isn't the culprit, then obviously...
Yes, the poison surely wasn't in the tea.
But if that's the case... How on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspeare's body?
I'm sure we'll find a clue at the scene. There must be something in Mr. Shamspeare's room that will help solve the mystery.
Well, naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already. But it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around, I think.
Definitely. And I'm desperate to know the outcome of the investigation into the tea left into the bar of soap.
Well, if you run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask him about that. Kazuma Asogi, the best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. I can still picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. And then after the trial, that crazy idea he came up with. As a stowaway! Yes, you can fit inside my trunk if you curl up small enough, I'm sure. No one will know. Kazuma, why won't you tell me? Why go to these lengths so I can accompany you to Great Britain? Well, it's been on my mind ever since I got through that trial. You really ought to go into law, be a defense lawyer. You've got a natural talent for it. Believe me, I guarantee it. But I've never even thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, I can't force you, obviously. You have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. The city at the forefront of everything. It can't hurt for you to see with your own eyes. No, that's true. I suppose, though, if you were to become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? Oh, no. Never mind.
What? Naruto-san.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about Kazuma.
Yes, he's forever in my thoughts, too. To change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. And that's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course.
Yeah, that's right, but...
Yes?
I do wonder if his true intentions lay somewhere else, though. I don't know. The thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all.
Naruto-san, what do you mean by Kazuma-sama's true intentions?
I mean, this.
His katana?
I never expected to inherit the sword after Kazuma passed away, of course.
No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it.
When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage.
Yes.
Actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. A Japanese man's sword is soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Something you have to do? Yes. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down.
What did he mean by something very important that I have to do?
I'd hoped the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but as yet, I've not found a single clue.
I see.
Well, let's get out of here. Let's start... why not we start with Shum Sweet? Shums, get out here with us.
Oh, Reno and Susie! Hooray, you're back! Hello, Iris. You're in fine spirits as always, I see. I am. And you look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Oh, you flatter me. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I made a pot tea. I'll set some cups.
Really? Thanks, Iris. But, actually, what is that foul smell?
Aha! The Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have you pair been?
We've been in court.
Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. That was today, was it?
I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure you think you did.
Well, we can laugh about it now. So tell me, how did the trial go?
Reasonably well so far. We managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least.
Really? I would have liked to see it.
And I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Is Lord Van Zieg's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes?
Naturally.
There's not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruhodo. Not quite what I asked, but still.
Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor?
Yeah, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful.
Ah, indeed. That's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science.
Oh dear.
Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now?
Lord Beric von Zieks. Yes, it's been an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital.
But vanish how exactly?
By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or, quite out of the blue, being set upon by a highwayman. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow.
It all seems a little far-fetched, really.
Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit. For the time being, at least.
That's not overly reassuring.
If the rumors are true, though, the obvious conclusion would surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Van Ziek's own hand.
As it happens, Mr. Sato, that is quite impossible.
Oh? Why?
Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, when these incidents occurred, the Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi.
Really?
And so his reign continued. But 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, so I've heard. In fact, it was the very day I arrived when I was thrust into that trial at the Old Bailey. That bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection, and really did end bitterly indeed.
And here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again.
Poor Runo. I don't know if you're just incredibly unlucky or incredibly unlikable.
I think it goes deeper than just me. I sense a general loathing of all Japanese people. That man is racist, not you. But Mr. Natsume, who I'm currently defending, being Japanese as well as Miss Susato and myself, I felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain for the Japanese.
Indeed. It is an interesting observation.
Do you know something about it? Do you, Mr. Sholmes?
it was about 10 years ago that Baron von Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, before that time, the young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan.
No.
What the? Tell us more, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about that affair. Oh, but... The veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. Fair enough. What's this foul smell, sir? So, what is that indescribably foul smell? Ah, well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. A chemical test that can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. Oh my. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Well, that's certainly unsavory behavior. So, when one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful, Iris.
At the ready, Hurley.
Decide to drop my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? It becomes black! It's turned completely black. Magic! And what a foul odor it's giving off. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It would appear that this cup was a particularly fine Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with the black liquid now? Why, dispose of it, naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you?
There does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes.
Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Right. The point is, we are entering a new era of science. In the world of criminal investigation also.
Yes, forensic science.
Oh, these are such exciting times. I regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consulting detective work. The Herlock-Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science? I suppose I should find out more about that. So, your tea test, is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Not a huge number of cases, then. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints. Not yet accepted in our court as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels here. I hadn't even heard of them until recently. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course.
Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Mr. Sholmes?
There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. No, what I am researching is skin prints. Skin prints? And not nomenclature of my own design as this chemical agent that makes it possible. It instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation.
Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes.
As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents and actions very soon indeed. Well, I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues.
That's the spirit, Brunel. See you later.
Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were? Yes, of course. You said so just a moment ago. You said we witnessed your forensic talents in action. Oh, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I shall be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Shums. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye-bye, Susie.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab some real quick. Squeaky. I wanted to grab a soda because I was thirsty. So every now and then you might hear me mute. Apologies. That's one something sweet. Miss Green. Alright. Hospital.
What do you think suppose is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance.
Yeah, I hear angry voices. Okay. Maybe drinking soda during this is not the best. Yeah, I hear angry voices.
Oh! Be not angry, O ample lady. Verily thou art mistaken.
Mistaking my foot. You're looking at my painting.
The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. Just shall indeed the poison that mustache villain and gaveth me. Forgive me, lady.
I wish that you died from that poison.
Okay. God have mercy, ample lady, but thou seest, I have vigor still. Behold, my Shamspear dance.
This looks rather ominous, doesn't it?
Seems these two have a history of some sort. I love this image. Susato looking at you saying, this looks rather ominous. Shamspear dancing. Olivia's terrified and there's a rat. Hi.
Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence rises the sun. How now?
What are you doing here, Mr. Shamspear?
Mary, I do believe I returned to another ward.
He was looking. That's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work.
Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee.
Oh, well, thank you.
But...
Uh-oh. Seems we're about to start seeing his real colors here. Allow me to finish up myself real quick, and then we'll continue. Alright, so now it seems we're starting to get to see the real Shamsphere here.
But... that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Anon, exeunt.
Mr. Shamsphere might technically be the victim in this case. But there's definitely a lot more to it than that. It's very hard to pin the man down. And what about you, Miss Green?
I'm so sorry. I'm such an awful person.
Ah, Miss Green. Is everything alright?
Oh, yes. I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now.
Oh, I see.
We're delighted that you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green.
Oh dear, you talk too kind. I don't deserve it.
So, are you feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green?
I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me.
Well, yes. It really was an ordeal, wasn't it?
As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along the snow one evening, minding my own business. And then, completely out of blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Of course, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already.
What a terrible week it's been for you.
Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly.
Really?
Anyway, I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry to make you take up your time when you're obviously busy. Well, I don't think there's anything here of interest. Natsume's lot. Hey! Oh, hello again, Inspector Gregson.
What are you doing here?
Well, you're hoping to have another look around, actually.
The lawyer representing the defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah, I know the score. Oh, yeah, one other thing. The soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it?
Yeah, we found it all right. And there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said.
I knew it.
It's with the identification action at the yard now. They're looking into it. The results should be available later today.
That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Why are you being quiet?
Pretty impressive performance in court this morning.
Sorry?
Nothing. Forget it. I just make sure you don't disturb anything in here. I'm not nice.
Sholmes, what are you doing? Mr. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene?
Oi! What are you doing in here, Sholmes?
What are you up to over here? There. What are you doing there? Here. Dear me.
Once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems.
Is now the time, Mr. Sholmes? Are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised?
With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. I have awesome goggles. What's all this about? I can see. All this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruhodo. I have a gun! This is now my home. Get out. Herlock Sholmes sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. A sample from Mr. Shakespeare's cup? Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions is all I need to produce a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them all. There, now, spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Spray? How? How do I do that exactly? By fixing your freaking internet first. A little press of space on the area you're interested in is all that's required. Like this. What is that stuff? It's like fog. A suspension of the chemical indicators in a pressurized gas. It's the most effective way to cover a large area. That was another invention I discovered incidentally whilst I was developing this idea. As you do. Go ahead, try, my dear fellow. We may learn something interesting about the victim's movements on the night in question. Well, there's nothing to lose, I suppose. Let's explore. Why is the internet going wonky? Ah, the internet. Is it bad on my iPhone and iPad? It's not. So why? It's a lie. It's a trick. A lie. An annoyance. Crap. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Anything over here? Yep. Yeah, he's all over here. Obviously there. Oh, what the heck? Look, there are dozens of handprints here. Oh, what? So there are a great many indeed, so much so that it's hard to make out any individual print, in fact. It sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired the picture? Unlikely. I would say it's rather a dull scene after all. And without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, very true, Mrs. Sato. It's a bit of a mystery then. Weird. Why would he have... Is it because of this? I don't know. Over here? Oh! Look at this, look at all this here. Yes, interesting. A multitude of the victim's handprints. Why are there so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall and just here. There's nothing obvious about that. Obvious how he would have tripped over though, is there? I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do, Mr. Sholmes. Well, this is quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yeah, there's no obvious explanation. Why don't we try opening... It looks loose. Well, we sprayed Mr. Stone's amazing skin print indicator all over this room, didn't we? We did, but there are 2 places in particular that are of interest, I would say. The handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture, you mean? Yes, and I think the floor warrants closer investigation. I won't be a moment. Ah! What is it, Mr. Sato? Look here, Mr. Naruto. One of the floorboards has popped up. Ow. One of the... You mean... It's a secret hiding place. Excellent work, Mr. Sato. So, what do we have in here?
Oi! What are you up to? What are you lot doing?
Inspector Gregson.
Stand aside right this minute. It's my job to investigate here.
No need, Inspector. You continue to dig in to your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor there.
Your fancy talks put me off my foot anyway, Sholmes. A new bit of evidence is exactly what I need.
Wow, a secret hiding place under the floor. What a find. It's not a hiding place you could make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw tatami mat. No, I know. But I never expected one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's got me wondering about the wall over there, too. Aren't you curious? No! Oh, I'll investigate it once. There's nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only a wall. There's just more wall. How disappointing. But then, how do you explain the handprints? I really can't think of why anyone would have been touching the wall over there, over and over in one place like that. Eh? Jones? There you are. A print for you. Oh, thanks. Traces of handprints on the wall, discovered using the skin print seeker gun. There are multiple prints on either side of a hanging picture. Oh, thank you very much. His invention can make prints too? Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson has found anything under the floor there.
I'm desperate to know.
So am I. Technically me too. Inspector, do something. I'd love to know if there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. Allow me to ask Gregson now. After all, we're well acquainted. Inspector Gregson! Really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? I thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. We're not friends. No, I suppose not. A dismal failure! Yeah, I heard. I'd kill to know what's underneath that floorboard. Alright then, that's fair. What? You did discover the hiding place after all. I suppose I should at least fill you in. Really, Inspector? Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow! If there's one thing I know about this man, it's that he blows with the wind, as fickle as weather.
Oi, stop making me out to be some kind of nut.
There were 3 items under the floor there: a newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. Now, what do you want to know? Everything. Let's start with the newspaper clipping. Looks like this was cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. I see a man on it. It's about a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. How terrible. It made the headlines down here in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness. He committed a capital offense? A man by the name of Selden. Masterpiece work, into burglaries and murder. They say the haul he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. A hoard of treasure, you mean? Jewelry-like, but he'd hidden it somewhere, and no one knows where. And now he's dead. The papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell, or some such was the headline. Does it not strike you, though? Why such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor? I suppose now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Perhaps I'll go over the paperwork we got on Selden back at the yard and see if I can turn anything up. A newspaper article about Selden, a criminal sentenced to receive the death penalty. However, he died of illness in prison whilst his loot remained undiscovered. Allow me a closer look at this. Manchester... So, condemned criminal dies of natural causes and poison. In prison. Not inside of poison, yes. Manchester Strangeways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Strange. What about the print? There is the print I found. Looks reasonably recent to me. Hey, wait a minute. First of all, that's Garrett, and that's the, Olive had like, her own, like, photo of this guy. Yes, it would seem to have been taken on the street in front of the house here.
And the gentleman on the left is Mr. Garrett, the landlord, of course.
Who's the young man on the right? Mr. Garrett's son, perhaps? Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really? Are you sure? We can presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. The identity of the young fellow, that is. Ah! Is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. My dear Inspector, if I may be so bold as to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, but this is for work.
All the more reason I'm not telling you.
A dismal failure! Yes, I heard. Huh. I'll have to check in with Olive Green. I wonder where a photograph like this was hidden under the floor. I mean, Mr. Shansbury himself isn't in it. Photographic prints are still rare treasures in the East End. I imagine Mr. Garrett was rather delighted to have been immortalized. He probably made a proud present of it. Yeah, and what's this box? Now, this tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector, that you open it? If you were to find something inside that reveals the truth behind this case, I wouldn't be in the least surprised. Yeah, funnily enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty.
What? The shop's here! Give us a clue, man!
You didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Naruto. But anyway, at least we found out what's inside the box.
Yeah, thin air. It's empty. Rather like how I feel inside. Is there nothing more to this box then? I wonder. Can I have the box, please? Oh, for the love of... How'd you get in here? Waga, hey!
Oh, look! It's that lovely little kitty cat. What was its name?
It's Mr. Natsume's, isn't it? I don't think we've ever asked him, actually. Why don't we call it, Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. I wonder how he got in here. Clever cat.
Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahai. There's something delicious I brought for you from the Cat's Meat Man. Cat's Meat Man.
Food.
Wow.
You kitty. Nyop.
He couldn't be happier now. Look.
I just hope we can bring some happiness to his owner, too.
Yup. Look at this little baby.
That was a cheeky little meow, Wagahai.
Oh, he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever.
I think you may not appreciate that after a while. And we have an investigation to get back to.
We just wait a baby.
I don't know if there's anything else in here. I want to immediately go back to Olive Green. Miss Green. Can I not present this to you? No, it's just gonna be the same line from before. Hold on. Alright. Anyways, I don't think... How about Gyarados?
Mr. Gyarados appears to be out.
Oh, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Well, that was a waste. Hey, my man.
Oh, Mr. Natsumi is back.
So he is. Mr. Natsume. Hello. I am a cat. Sorry? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is. Or Herlock Jones. I don't know about courts or trials or who begs. I am a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat.
Mr. Naruto, he's trying to escape from reality.
Trying to? He already has. Completely. So, what is your name then? And as yet I have no name.
Mr. Naruto, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality.
Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I am not a cat.
It worked. He's back in the real world.
What's going to become of me? No! Don't answer that. It's obvious. A cursed soul is never going to escape his accursed fate.
Mr. Natsume, no. This morning's proceedings in court prove that there's hope.
Yes, yes. The locum student, Mr. Naruto Esquire, was brilliant, but the Reaper is omnipresent in court, in my lodgings, here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there are some things we should discuss. Oh, yes, we must. Alright. Actually, I would like to ask, do you know anything about this person? Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but... I should have so long so after present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland. What? You're too kind. I accept it gladly. Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. What about this thing? What's this? It's a newspaper cutting that we found in Mr. Shamsier's room. So he knew, did he? Sorry? How about this man, Selden? A convicted killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings.
What?
He's already taken one young man's life, and now he's trying to take the life of another. A miserable mustache, malign Japanese man. Mr. Natsume, if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything you can about this evil spirit. Ah. First of all, let's start with the trial. In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there are perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. But if I just block those out, then today, being in that courtroom was it was the most moving experience of my life, Mr. Locum, Student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. You're too kind.
Scotland Yard found the remaining tea, just as we deduced, and are analyzing it as we speak.
How much you want to bet someone's gonna find a way to put poison in it? There's nothing wrong with the tea. He'll find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn sworn Soseki certainty. Tin tea. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? I believe that. Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while talking. Again, I still believe that because there's evidence to prove it, specifically the mouth marks. Of course, I can't examine them, but to me this proves that they are, they both did drink. Sure, there's no tea line inside Natsume's cup, but that's because he drank too fast. Too fast, and it didn't give it time to form a tea rim or whatever. Tea ring. We both poured it down our throats like it was hot bath for our bellies. And at the same time, you were both completely fine. As shown by the fact that he and Mr. Shakespeare then engaged in Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. That rotten Shakespeare! What have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently. I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything. Anything at all. Right. But what I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner.
Let you know what, Mr. Natsume?
About the soap, of course. What else?
Oh dear. Are you struggling with such a meager step-in?
Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live in an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Oh yeah, you said it's because the place is cursed that's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly. Especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place, and it's trying to kill me. Capital offender. Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire, that next time you visit me, you bring squalls of super soft soap. Selden. The truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. And at the time, he was hiding out in lodgings. At Mr. Gadib's house. What? He lived where you do now? That's right. Yes, exactly where I live now. In my very room.
Oh my, your room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense?
Well, before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. And that's when it started. The curse.
What really is this curse you keep mentioning, Mr. Natsume?
It's already caused one death, a few months after the criminal passed away in prison. A man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. The poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside.
Locked from the inside? Exactly like the case we're dealing with now. So, that's the convict's curse, is it?
Yes. Well, that was the start of it.
What do you mean, the start of it?
Tell us more.
Do you have any idea how the lodger before you passed away, Mr. Natsume?
The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas.
Gas?
I only found that out after I signed the lease. When Mr. Gadib came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal!
Lucky for Mr. Gadib, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. As if he had luck to begin with, though. And now you believe this curse is affecting you.
It is. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched. All the time.
And then you talked about having nightmares, didn't you?
The dead are trying to take me with them. They come after me. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice.
But why is your room so cold?
London winters are too cold to bear without any heating on overnight. But for some reason, even though I light a stove before I climb into bed at night, The pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. Interesting. So your lights keep going out. And as a result of the light going out, it fills up with gas, which makes sense, obviously. So something's... if that's the case, then what's causing it to go out? I feel like that's the thing. But that's terrible. That's exactly the same situation as what led to the previous occupant's death. And then there's what happened to Mr. Shamspeare last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. There's clearly more to that incident that can be explained by a curse, though. Whatever can be the cause of all these strange happenings at Mr. Gerdeb's room? Well, I don't think I'm gonna get anything else from Natsume. Is Gerdeb back yet? Hey, just the man I wanted to see. Ah, you're here now, Mr. Gerdeb.
Right, bally business it is for me, you know. Getting out and about.
Were you at the Old Bailey by any chance?
Naturally. Paid to my lodgings, hanging in the balance and all that. Not a trail to miss.
The fate of what's already been dubbed your haunted lodgings, yeah?
Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. As the old haunted lodgings or some such.
Ah. Well, at least he knows.
Makes you wonder what the blaze is going on, don't you?
When did you get here?
Yes, I'm sure it does. In fact, thinking back to Mr. Natsume's other trial just 2 days ago. You were at the Old Bailey then as well, weren't you? Testifying with your wife about what happened.
Stopped off at the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business.
I see.
Well, it's time to get up. It hurts my leg, though.
You know, honestly, you don't have to stand up, sir.
So, what brings you to my haunted abode today?
Well, let's start with the immediate concern here. You know this guy? Mr. Gerdeb, can I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son who's with you there?
No, not at all. He was a lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name.
Duncan Ross?
A street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot. Just for kicks, really.
That's a good photo.
Was he by any chance the lodger before Mr. Natsume?
Yeah, that's right.
Ah, the young gentleman who died in the room in mysterious circumstances. I don't think I was there, so I don't know why I know this. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say.
Yes, young Duncan lived in that room at the top of the first flight of stairs before the Japanese chap.
Would you mind telling us a little more about him? Your lodgings?
Some fishy fellow from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yes, the house does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. Thanks to that bally curse.
The convict's curse, you mean?
Ah, heard the stories, have you? Rotten scoundrel is arrested here, and then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. Then there was that woman who dropped dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Am I next, eh? Well, can't help but get the collywobbles, can you?
When you say the woman who dropped dead outside on the street, do you mean Miss Green?
Because Miss Green, who was stabbed by the knife, and Mr. Shamser, who was poisoned last night, are both very much alive still.
Yes, well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems.
Personally, I should be quite content with such lodgings. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, and a fascinating history. Why?
It sounds like the lap of luxury.
I'm not so sure about that.
Well, there's no bath or toilet included, and no fireplace either.
But you do look out for your tenants, don't you? By watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps up here.
Yes, never hurts to keep an eye on things. In case there's any mishaps or such like.
I think you've had your mishap already, sir. That's not helpful, Mr. Sholmes. That's also kind of insulting. Heaven forgive me. The words just came to my lips.
I will kill this man. You insulted my wife. Some fishy
Did I hit the same thing? There's no need for that, Mr. Garrett.
That's right. Mr. Natsume is in no way fishy.
Okay, it's different. I thought I hit the wrong thing. He is undeniably peculiar, however. Is it right that he took the vacancy immediately after the previous tenant passed away?
Yes, that's right. I asked the estate agent to find someone and he popped up the very same day. Never come across the chap so keen for a place with, background, as it were.
I don't think it was the room's background he was keen on so much as the cheap rent, actually.
So, how long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof?
Hatfield actor chap? Let me see. Oh, of course. Yes, it's been 3 months now. Quite sure of it.
Only 3 months. He's quite new here too, then. And to what do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garrett, if I might ask?
Well, it was a Selden scoundrel, as it happens.
Selden? The convict, you mean? Do Selden and Shamspeare have some kind of connection, then?
That convict chap, Selden, passed away in a clink 3 months ago now, you see. Some malady or rather.
Interesting. So the moment that that convict dies is the moment Shamspeare arrives. So what's the connection there?
Yes, we've all seen a report from the newspaper at the time.
Well, it was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face, the actor fellow.
Really?
Yes, I remember it quite distinctly.
'Tis small, 'tis world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor offered erewhile for rent.
Terribly sorry and whatnot, but that will be possible. Already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor's room's vacant though.
Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine and will unto thee.
Those crows of you must be muffling your ears. The room on the middle floor's taken. It's the ground floor or nothing.
Very well. We have an accord.
Glad to hear it. Logan Briar Road.
Lord Shamspeare danced to celebrate.
From what I heard in court today, sounds like the chap was thieving gas. And he was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yeah, the fellow was a bally player, all right.
Why are you serious all of a sudden? Thank you for your candor, Mr. Gerdeb. We are most grateful. By way of appreciation, allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. What's happened to you? Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I wish to divulge my own learnings of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know. Perhaps you could turn your attention to the more apt lines then? How about the lodger's death?
Yes, Duncan Ross. Young chap was attending art school. Had to work to pay for it, you know, mine. Moved into the middle floor about a year ago, after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them.
A history of cheap rent, maybe, yes?
Yes, well, anyway, it was one morning about a month ago now. I hadn't quite worked out the old tricks of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers are up to at the time. So sadly, I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas had alerted me, it was.
Ah, yes. Synonymous with the smell of death. You know, I don't know why I just thought this, but you're lucky no one set any kind of fire that the gas didn't reach any sorts of fire or anything like that, because I'm pretty sure everyone in this building and potentially the surrounding area could be dead. I don't know. That just sounds like grounds for explosions.
Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. But once we got inside, we all barely collapsed.
Because the gas?
Yes, the room was full of it. No air at all. The stove must have gone out while the poor chap was sleeping in his bed.
So Mr. Ross suffocated to death.
Of course, the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes are so old and all that. Can't tell you how much it set me back to have that lot
placed all over the house. But even after you had all the work done, Mr. Natsume says the same thing. That the stoves go out at night whilst he's asleep in bed.
Well, that's bollock curse! The convict's curse! I've done my duty as a landlord now.
Someone's really feeling defensive. There's gotta be a cause for this.
Oh, that reminds me, actually.
Yeah?
About a young Duncan. The night before the poor chap perished, he'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady.
A love letter, you mean?
I bet I know who too.
Yes, where I put it now? Ah, here it is. Left it on my desk.
If you'll excuse me. Let me see now. What does it say? To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Do you think that we should be reading such a personal piece of correspondence?
My dear Mr. Sato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading, if you'll excuse me.
I will not excuse you, Mr. Sholmes, no.
Sadly, he didn't address it, though. From no means to delivering the thing. Not sad, really.
I see. That's going to play on my mind.
But really, the identity of Mr. Ross' sweetheart has no bearing on the case. I think we should leave well alone.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Indeed, the intended recipient's address is missing. However, there is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart.
Mr. Sholmes, please, I've already had to chastise you about this once.
My undying love to you, my colorful darling. Olive Green.
Olive Green!
The woman who was plunged into a coma after a knife plunged into her back outside of this house 5 days ago. The victim of the last case Soseki-san was in court for, who regained consciousness only yesterday. Is it just chance that her name has come up now? Could it possibly be a mere coincidence?
Mr. Naruhodo, whatever can this mean?
Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. Well, Miss Green.
Mr. Naruhodo, I've just finished speaking with the doctor. It seems Miss Green is well enough to be discharged at last.
That's good news, but hopefully just before she... What is it? What the heck? Miss Green! What are you... What were you doing? What was that? She clearly just had something behind her back.
One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Hello everyone. What are y'all doing here? The doctor said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. Miss Green, what were you just doing? Oh, nothing, really. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all.
Well, we were hoping to have another quick chat with you, if that's alright.
I don't really have anything else to tell you.
Alright. She's definitely behaving strangely. Let's see if we can't coax something out of her. I want to see this. What are these? This is the bottle that Miss Green was just about to drink from when we arrived.
Yes, she looked rather preoccupied, didn't she?
Perhaps it's very bitter. I can't stand bitter medicine.
I suppose that could be it.
In fact, whenever a doctor prescribes me medicine for a number of days, I always take it all at once.
Oh no!
Well, if you have to take something you don't like, it's best to get it all out of the way in one go, isn't it?
Oh dear, and I thought it was Miss Green I should be worried about. Oh.
This is the card that Miss Green was looking at so intently before, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, we shouldn't be peeking at a young woman's private effects.
Right! I should say peeking for gentlemen's effects only!
We mustn't do that either.
And maybe you, Mrs. Sato, shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either. Rap! Hospital discharge. It's wonderful news that you're going to be discharged, Miss Green.
Oh yes, I mean thank you. Once people are better, hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. So I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. I probably shouldn't stay around and chat.
She certainly doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk, that's for sure. Alright. In that case, it's about time we make you talk. Miss Green, we were hoping to ask you about someone. Wrong button. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Whoa, wait! Oh no, I'm so sorry. The pile of medicine fell down when she did.
Miss Green, are you right?
Hey. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you like that.
No, it's alright. I just wasn't expecting it. But how do you know about Duncan? Mr. Ross had been writing a letter when he passed away. The landlord found it up in this room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan, a year ago now. He was working to fund his studies. He dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. And the two of you became romantically involved? Yes, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room, to save money for the wedding.
And that's what led him to Mr. Gerdeb's.
Yes, he told me he found the worst but cheapest room in the entire East End. And then, 1 month ago, that's when it happened. We're so terribly sorry, Miss Green. Well, it's all in the past now, I suppose. Poor Miss Green. She looks so desperately sad.
I was starting to think that's just her look. But now I see that she has every reason to feel the universe is against her.
I do hope you won't think I'm being rude, but... would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to hold you up. Of course. We'll be on our way. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo! Sure you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. What? Why is the... I had a feeling that's what she was doing, but I didn't want to believe it. That's poison. That's some kind of... That's not... Well, I don't know. Is it... It has to be medicine, because it's in here. But I'm assuming it's not something that you're meant to drink like that, because the rat is dead. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't realize you were here. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. Well, make your presence known next time. Mr. Sholmes, what's this about? Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. What do you mean? There's a case waiting to happen under our very noses, Mr. Naruhodo. So let us avert disaster. Let us prevent the case from ever happening. With nothing but careful observation. Alright? All the clues you need are set before you. You need only look, and you cannot fail to see. You can do it, Mr. Naruhodo. I know you can. So, what exactly were you planning? So, well, I shouldn't even ask what you were planning. I know exactly what you were planning, and I don't like it. That mouse seems to be dead. Look, I didn't notice it there before, did you? I think perhaps it drank the medicine that spilled out of the bottle. But that's the bottle that Miss Green was about to drink from when she arrived. When we arrived. You don't think... Ah, I see you come appreciate the true nature of the scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Yeah, I think it's falling into place. Miss Green, The contents of the bottle you had before has spilt out onto the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. I think it's clear that the bottle must have contained a powerful poison.
Don't worry. I will tend to the mouse presently.
Miss Green, were you intending to go the same way as that rodent? To take your own life? Once we'd left, you would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? And taken the poison?
No!
Miss Green, please! Please talk to us!
What about the note? It definitely feels as though this card must be relevant. I mean, when we first arrived, Miss Green was standing with it in her hand in what could only be described as a very tense atmosphere.
Yes. It may very well have been related to whatever incident Mr. Sholmes believed was about to happen here. Perhaps we should ask Miss Green about it.
Alright. Suicide. 10 seconds later, and we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would not have enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green.
Actually, in a way, now that everything's out and open, I feel like a weight's been lifted.
Tell me, how'd you acquire that medicine?
Well, with this being a hospital and all, when the doctor came to examine me in the mornings, he always leaves that medicine cabinet open for a while, so I snuck this out when he wasn't looking.
It conspicuously lacks a label. I wonder what it contains.
I'm afraid I don't really know. But I thought, if I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow.
Oh, that's just sad.
Oh, please, Miss Green, don't talk of such things.
Well, it seems clear now that it contains poison.
Yes, that poor little mouse is proof of that.
Oh, no, it's all my fault. What have I done?
I shall remove this to my office, Miss Green. I take it you have no objection?
No, none.
Neither is Sender's.
Well. It looks like we found the letter. So, this letter was at one point in Mr. Shamspeare's room. Whatever this one that she was holding. Because that looks like a perfect match for the rip.
Neither the sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card.
It arrived by post at my home the day before the incident. That put me in the hospital here.
I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Sod on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Wait a minute. The 17th of this month. That's the day you were stabbed on Briar Road.
And 5 p.m.
is precisely the time when the incident occurred. The Slug and Salad, yes. A pub on the northern corner of Briar Road. Briar Road? Being the street that Mr. Gyarados' house was on.
Does this mean that...
The whole time, she was just trying to go there.
I'm sure you've guessed. That day when I was struck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to Slug and Salad.
Goodness.
So that's why you were doing on Briar Road that day.
I'm sorry I didn't say anything before. I think I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. I've told you everything.
Yeah. I'm very sorry to have dragged up such painful memories for you.
No, it's fine.
Miss Green, please, promise us you won't try to do anything like that again.
Yes. Don't worry. Your detective friend has the bottle now anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison. And I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. It might sound a little conceited, but, well, that's how all this has made me feel.
That's not a bad way of seeing it, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Leaving Miss Green and St. Bartholomew's behind, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. Ooh, it's pretty here. Well, it would appear we've reached the end of the investigative trail for today. Yeah, it's late. And, Mr. Naruto, did you discover anything that may be of use to you in court tomorrow? Details about Mr. Shamsphere, Mr. Garrett's lodgings, the convict, Selden. There are many facets to this case, and we've yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. That's my feeling, anyway.
I can't help wondering what about the results of the analysis.
Into Mr. Natsume's tea, you mean?
Yes, will they have found strychnine in it or not?
Well, I feel that either way, it will be hard to escape the grip of our friend, Mr. Reaper.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Barrett von Zeeks. But I wish you every success, of course. And though I was late to rise this morning, tomorrow will be a new dawn. I intend to spring from my bed at a crisp hour and attend the trial.
Mr. Sholmes, you're going to come?
Indeed. Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. Well, I think we've done all we can. All that's left is to remain focused and keep fighting for Mr. Natsume's cause until the very end. London, the world's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. But away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with the loneliness during his many months here. And so I felt honor-bound to battle equally harder for my compatriot, to lift the curse that gripped him. As Mr. Sholmes said, tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. To be continued now. I wonder if this is the final part here. Well,
This is it then, Mr. Naruto.
yeah, it's time to put an end to this now. To the miserable curse that has been plaguing Mr. Natsume, to everything.
In my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you.
I always appreciate your help, Mrs. Sato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Locum Steward, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Why would you do that? Why?
Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly you were meditating, finding inner calm. It seemed wrong to disturb you.
I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally, that's because I have attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid, somehow. You'll have to forgive me.
And you mustn't talk of your path leading you to death, Mr. Natsume.
That was just an example. Oh, yes, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me. I'm returned to our beautiful long-lost homeland.
We've not even been in Great Britain a week yet. Yeah, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth.
I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh? What sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright.
It would seem Mr. Shums isn't coming today after all. It's a very clear message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits.
It's a very clear message, I think. That he's overslept again. The great detective. My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant, and your legal representative. The trial is about to begin. Fix your internet and make your way into the courtroom immediately. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And when the Reaper stands for the prosecution, the defendant's fate is sealed. But I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Soseki-san's curse. The truth is hidden here somewhere, and I won't let it escape me. I have to keep believing in my client and keep fighting to the very end. That's all. Well. Hey, you got your cape back. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
Yes, the defense is ready. Very good. And now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. It's chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready?
Absolutely. Justice will be done. You mark my words. I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me. And please, be as ruthless as you like. Are you okay? Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. I've no sympathy for the man at all. Look, I said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. I don't have time for this. I got my own problems.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today.
Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can you tell us?
I want to go to sleep.
Look, the prosecution's report, please, of the court. In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defense T. So he does have the results.
I'm going to need a lot of alcohol for this. Before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the black god in the dark, pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of more sanguine hue. In fact, I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Ross, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. And there was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on the top of it. Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsumi brought with him that night. Well, the brains at the yard analyzed it, yes. You're right. It was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. Well, that was easy. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear.
What a revelation!
Oh, that helps. As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. The defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is blameless here.
My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. A typical Nipponese reaction.
What?
Yes, it's true. No poison was found. A few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word, the water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel.
What? Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare. whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. Very well. I will uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shamspear. Yeah, sounds like we're gonna have to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shamspear to the stand.
Here goes. He is probably not gonna be too happy with me.
Mr. William Shamspear, the victim of this despicable crime.
Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence.
Yes, but as was revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe. By using bars of soap such as this, he has been stealing gas from the supply company, yes.
One may smile and be a villain. Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspear, did have a roomful of the sweet fuel given.
That's right. Villagers, don't forget, this man's a rotten thief.
I haven't forgotten. Kept all that out about the ice coins an entire secret, didn't you? You should have owned up sooner.
Arrest him, I say. Arrest him at once, and let him feel the sting in my tail.
Oh, indeed. By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wast not pardon my sins, of that I am sure.
If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here?
Cowards die many times before their death. And for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it still a greater crime pass unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther eastern Verona did contrive to poison me.
Objection!
But there was no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that.
What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will be quickly cleared up by the witness's testimony. Is that not so, Mr. Shamspear?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Will the witness testify to explain this inconsistency? Tell the court why it is the poison apparently entered your body, though none was found in the tea.
How are you gonna explain this one? I'm curious. The tea inconsistency.
The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas in my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning it in distraction in our debate, never did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap.
That's already a lie.
The poison was slipped into the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite, otherwise it would be disastrous if the poisoner were to mix the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because, quite simply, Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room.
Are you to suggest
The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
I knew that.
By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused's hands.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I Shamspear be a common thief of gas.
But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, well. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause, I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Okay, first off, I'm gonna save, as always. Always better safe than sorry. I understand that you were already acquainted with Mr. Natsume, is that correct?
I know that it thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Do I know thee, or know thee not? Methinks 'tis all I can know, that thy destiny mingles with mine.
You lost me at the first D.
Sound, sir. Thou must learn the English tongue afore thou turns thy hand to lawyering.
I did, but I must have missed the archaic Elizabethan lecture.
Verily, and in truth, 'twas a fine flavoured brew, though a drop of poison did barb its sweetness, as the thorn doth barb the sweet rose. That, dear friends, be the simple truth.
Listen to Mr. Shamspear. He seems in even better form than he was yesterday.
Either that, or I'm in worse form.
That fated evening, after I did dine, had Grubb's Grubbery, a local alehouse of good report. Naught did pass my lips but the tainted black tea. But behold, the poison was not in the tea at first.
Hold it!
I don't know what I can do here yet. Are you saying that you saw the moment when the poison was added to your tea? If so, that doesn't make no sense.
To have witnessed the act and then drank the tea? That does describe the actions of a fool.
Quite so, quite so.
But no one likes going thirsty, do they?
Sooner would I die quenched than parched. Would I have the choice?
Actually, on the 9 question, the water main was frozen, I believe, wasn't it?
Were it not for the tea, in sooth I would sooner have died frozen than quenched or parched.
Right. No ice coins means no heating.
The witness had more than one brush with death on the 9 question, it would seem. Remind the court, Mr. Shamspear, as to whether the accused drank any of the tea which he brought with him.
With greatest pleasure, my liege.
I have to know. I know the game's not allowing me to check it, but come on, it's so blatantly obviously there. There's lip marks on the cup.
Objection!
You claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the 9 question. But that's impossible.
How, chop logic. What is this, ye dark-clad fiend?
There's 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof.
Incontrovertible?
What difference?
Look at the inside of the cup. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring.
Yes, a tea ring.
Commonplace enough.
Indeed. Such stains will occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what makes thou of it?
Exactly what Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted.
Drink tea. Why, it's hot!
That's right, yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well. After several hours, the tea was left standing.
But,
In short, Mr. Shamspear, you clearly lied to the court.
Get thee to nunnery!
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial.
You might want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle is dry.
Your drinking habits are fascinating but irrelevant.
On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of the human memory. To William Shakespeare.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup, could it be that you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? The fact that it vanished from your memory until now.
Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily, 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. And thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my liege did suggest.
Objection!
And you've just suddenly remembered now that you've made a mistake before. Are we supposed to believe that?
Objection!
Right, people's memories are imperfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, that the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. And secondly, that this spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. The prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts. Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, I don't need this. The inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist.
No! What does this mean, but then?
I do declare, it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony.
Apart from the bit about thieving gas. What are you doing?
My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Ale House that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth as would be called soup, and a leaf would be called salad.
As insalubrious a menu as the establishment where it was served.
But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray you wise and noble fellows, never forget the simple truth. That being one thing, and this be another.
Ah, shoot. Why am I...
Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins.
Oh, dear.
My lord! If I may speak, my lord,
Yes, Mr. Foreman.
I believe we may have been duped by that rotten defense lawyer.
By me? I do declare you may be right.
We all know the waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm.
But this lawyer lad says he's stealing gas. He deserves a dose of poison, eh?
He's leading us up the garden path, that's what he's doing. I really never said anything like that.
But we just heard from the victim there that he has opened our eyes again. We reach a decision this time, and we won't be swayed from it.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury foreman and will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No! You can't yet...
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Here we go.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Why you...
Guilty. Guilty.
Here we go again. Summation examination. I'm more confused why the wife of the gas owner or whatever.
I hereby declare the jury to be in one accord.
Why is she?
Oh, happy day!
How is this happening? My lord, the defense asserts its right to carry out a summation examination.
Very well. The court opposed the defense's rights. Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. This trial will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime for which he is charged. Let's do it.
The jurors' contentions.
I'm a man of logic, me, and me having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty.
What?
I do agree that gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying.
The stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gases.
Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes.
Truth be told, the team my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. Do you need help, sir?
If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind.
Truth is, our counter-argument wasn't as unassailable as we'd hoped. If Mr. Shamsier was poisoned, there can be no doubt about that.
Then how are we supposed to turn this around?
I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamsier was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate to the court, incontrovertibly.
But that's surely almost impossible at this stage.
If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will
be found guilty.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Let's do it.
Right off the bat, I just want to examine what everyone's got to say. Press. All the evidence, you say?
That's right, and there's no room for that. It's all owing to that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache.
Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. Or we need to show him a man with an even bigger mustache.
If only we had that kind of evidence.
Don't worry, the summation examination has barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light.
Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock. I want to see this.
Hold it!
Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas?
There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you haven't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it in, am I? I don't think so.
She's really buzzing now.
All I've heard about are wonderful fuels, explosions, and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable.
My point exactly. But the gas thieves are even the worst of our enemies. We have a far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know.
More devious? Who, madam?
Other gas companies, of course.
Other gas companies? Not quite what I was expecting.
We generate gas and deliver it to our customers fair and square.
Indeed. Nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is a exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all.
What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people?
You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible?
Hold on.
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via the network of pipes. Sorry about that. I have to do stuff. Why am I still talking in his voice?
Sorry about that. I had to talk to someone. I hit click.
But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes, and they take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money for their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies have been up to its
Yeah.
Tricks. Sir,
Excuse me.
do you have something to say about that, juror number 3?
Oh, golly! You mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking about myself.
I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct?
Well, yes. I just got a little riled up about it recently, you see.
Go on.
An Altamont gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipe work. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret checkup of your property, sir, the fellow said. So let him in. So I let him in, and do you know what he did?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Please, tell us.
He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it.
What?
What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there.
Oh, please. Everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean?
I'll explain, if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network.
Yeah, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it?
Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you?
Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait. You mean...
That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house.
What a disaster! I'm starting to see something here.
The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said.
So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. Oh, wait a minute. Something just clicked badly. This is a lamp. And then... Oh no. It seems as though the victim's not so much very a victim. And then, when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room.
Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps...
Yeah, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information.
Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's like I said, madam. It's widely known already.
Very well. Juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although, I'm not really sure what the point of all this is.
I have a bad feeling about all this all of a sudden. Blew too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. Now you're in real trouble. Rob. Now logic. Gas can come free.
Objection!
Oh boy, here we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 had just said?
Well, yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question.
Explanation.
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there?
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do with without exploring such irrelevance.
What a piece of work is a man. What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare?
What speakest of thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir.
I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body.
Good lord!
Are they listening? The gas pipes? Is that what he's saying?
Or is it the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry, he tried to fill his belly with gas?
Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him,
For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy.
I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
What?
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to place his lips to the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions.
What?
There's no possible proof that the man did as you say.
Objection!
Actually, there is. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on his wall. And I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention now, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence then.
Now that I've got the jury's ear, I need to make this opportunity count. This is the proof that, time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of the gas lamp.
Take that!
What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Ah, yes, skin prints that were found at the scene.
Skin prints, Consul? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It reveals all the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it?
Well, anyone could invent something like this. It's a great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating.
That one was talking about something else. Anyways, we found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there, indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps?
At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Oh!
don't believe it. The gas lamp.
Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right. What have you been up to, you nut?
I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement.
Me? What did I say?
You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you'll recall juror number 3's statement.
What, me now?
When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and the gas started to leak into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is, if Mr. Shamspear would have blown hard into the gas pipe here in this room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Crikey! I'm suggesting that the man purposely caused the gas to...
Objection!
Zeke's gonna be very upset now.
Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints? Clearly, that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique developed by a great detective.
It's nothing. A mere toy, developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly, even research of this nature by the esteemed Miss Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
Please, my lord, if I may.
Mr. Sato?
It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Smart thinking, Mr. Sato.
And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. All right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide.
Juror number 3.
Oh yes, I do declare that great detective's investigation's results sound absolutely fascinating. Now I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints.
That's 2. I just need 2 more.
What's the matter with you two? I was foolhardy.
Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise.
No, wait! You are his lordship! It's not fair dinkum evident!
Well, just need 1 more then.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. If just 1 more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsumi's trial will have to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Sato, but I couldn't have done it without you.
Oh no, it was you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success.
Ah, someone's scared. Why, Mr. Shamspear? You seem to be losing your composure.
Just 1 more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, Net Consul.
All I need is 1 more vote, and I'm good. Are you okay? You mean it's poison?
That's right. It happened a tiny few times now.
This is most troubling indeed.
It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? And I see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look in her face, and she slips some white powder into my cup.
And you drink it anyway?
I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it.
And what happened to you? What did it taste like? Did you die?
It was god awful, believe me. Me. Salty as all hell.
Oh. Sir, I would just like to point out, I think your wife just wanted to trick you by... whatever.
Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt.
No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable!
Let's move on, please.
I don't think I actually continued yours fully, did I? I suppose near nothing in comparison. Did we fully complete yours? More devious, who madam, other gas. No gas. Let's steal your gas. How is such thing possible? Gas
Companies like ours deliver the gas pipe. Disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into our own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes, and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of those devious companies have been up to their tricks.
I had no idea. It's almost unbelievable.
It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening all the time, right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed.
Thank you, that will do. Clearly, it is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already. I concur. Though if my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career in nothingness.
Thank you so much.
You will turn your attention to the next...
Let me try redoing your statement, I guess. All the evidence, you say?
That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that?
What? Your so-called skin prints?
It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique, developed by the great detective himself.
The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shamspeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question, it can't be denied that there's a possibility where that's where the poison was.
Well, yes, I won't deny that. It's playing on my mind. But, as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides,
Yeah?
even if the fellow had been up to some mischief with the gas pipe a dozen times before, doesn't mean I got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Yes, it does! Because Gardev.
Oh. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir.
What? That's true. That's a little hasty. No, wait! Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese courts can, that is.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please.
Mr. Haruto, if you can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back.
What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspeare really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? I think there's supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony? That's incredible. Whose testimony?
Yeah, it's all connected. Everything is linked. A person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Garadev's residence that night, namely, well, the guy himself.
Take that!
Well, Mr. Foreman? Wait. I don't think he was listening. How did that not count? I swear it's supporting testimony.
Take that!
It is. Thank goodness he wasn't listening. And neither were you, Judge.
You never listened.
I'm almost positive someone's statement said it.
Take that!
It was Natsume. Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. Mr. Soseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in the court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspier's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence, or not?
Good golly.
So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose.
Hold your horses there.
Why would he do that?
Aha! Mr. Foreman.
What is it, man?
We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true, I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree, there's more to this case than meets the eye.
Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost.
Four not guilties. Perfect. That's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue.
As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering the decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 now called not guilty. And therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted and, in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Mr. William Shamspeare.
My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee?
What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God meant me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that?
What? I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5.
Who, me?
As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from a self-professed detective's toy has no place in British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouse of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are any traces of poison there.
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required.
Yes.
Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison would have been spread on the pipe, it would have been completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible.
I didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe.
Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe where he lived? There's only one possibility that I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder.
Order! Order! Counsel! Precisely whose life do you propose this man was blind to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. Now we've unraveled the mystery this far. Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of... Here's where things gonna start getting real crazy, aren't they? I think I know exactly where this is going now.
Take that!
If a gas lamp were to go out, it would have been noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live around these parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without a stove lit is pretty much suicide. You freeze to death in no time. Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end.
Outrageous!
I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim the man was trying to murder.
Good gracious!
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with a gas supply with his intent to kill.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think I just pieced it. I think I know who did it then. It would be her. What was in that bottle that she had? I feel like a simple test would be all that's required to figure out just who who was trying to poison Shamspeare. And it would give her a motive.
If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest?
Naturally. The sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamspeare may or may have not contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated the attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nibonese friend?
How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly?
Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us. And this may be our very last chance to gain the advantage.
What advantage?
Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas in Mr. Shamspier's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean, name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if we fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all.
As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust that you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman.
No, don't you worry. We know exactly what...
There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend.
But why not?
This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax.
Thank you.
Tell us, my Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime?
One very particular person, who I am now very upset to be bringing into this. Olive Green.
Take that!
The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspier is, I believe, Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green. The woman from 6 days ago.
Hold on. Alright, sorry for that. Hold on. It's not over yet, of course. Alright, now I can continue. Sorry about that.
The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, and I hasten to add... Oh, of course, yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspier's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi.
True. On the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in the hospital unconscious. So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible, but still. My colleagues and I visited Miss Green's hospital yesterday, and we found her being in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious, she had poison.
and there's another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought into the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare.
My lord, pray, what be thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
No, never heard of her.
Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name.
As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friend's farce through to its conclusion.
I appreciate that.
The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord, in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well. I grant the request.
Excellent. I hope.
The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
Well, let's continue. Right now. Save it. Now we get to bring all this together, I think. I'm assuming this is going to be the end of it. Ah, squeaky chair. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks!
Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you.
Locum student, not Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant, Mr. Miko Toba, Esquire S. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent.
Ah, good morning, my dear fellows.
How did you get here? Ah, Herlock Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful.
Please, save your diversion. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says, when it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said that or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought, tomorrow, for once, I should not oversleep. Arise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has the beauty all of its own, does it not?
Oh, yes.
And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why time after time do they make the same foolish blunder? And the answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter?
Oh, yes.
Upon which realization, I attempted to experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted, and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably already knew that. What does this presuppose I prove by experimentation? That, my dear fellow, is the scientific method. Ah, yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? How could I forget? Thanks. Ah. Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine, so we have our culprit then. So I was right. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. I found that out the hard way. I have mere minutes to live, friends. Can I have a word? Hi! Gregson! How good of you to come!
Forget it. Excuse me.
Wait a minute, Inspector!
What? I, don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shamsphere's room?
Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh!
You mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Shamsphere's room?
A man by the name of, yes, Selden.
I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... well, it caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? Wait, what, Inspector, what?
I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read for yourselves. Thank you. Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden includes a newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison. This is gonna be vital, I imagine.
These documents. We must read them instantly.
And look at this bottle. Anything... what? So this is the poison we've been hearing so much about. Strychnine. There are a few remnants on the bottom of the bottle here. Look.
You must be tempted to try it.
Of course not, as long as we don't lose this trial.
No, even if we lose trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place, Mr. Naruhodo.
Make your mind up, Susa-san. Investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Condemned criminal... Manchester strange prison way announced the death of convicted murder burglars. Suffering... thereby shots of his fellow cellmates. Wait a minute. I don't know.
Include the details that were written in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information.
Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Marnie. Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful.
Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here has the shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Bye. Counsel for the defense and defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make way. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all, certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Shams. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache and floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Welcome to it, Mr. Naruhodo, Squire! Yes, Mr. Natsume? It's time, is it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamsphere. This is going to be the final battle. I won't really have saved Soseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Let's go. What the... oh, sorry. Saying that something. Whoops. Old Bailey. There's no witness. In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the Honorable British Prosecutor, I must say. So, Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. That's gonna be you two.
Hi.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please.
William Shakespeare, my liege.
For mine occupation, I can say only
That I be a tragic victim, to be pitied.
currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure is too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words. What a coterie. I don't know what that word is. Mr. Shakespeare.
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green,
Yes.
you are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes. The officer did explain. That guy. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And, do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pigmented personage.
Very well. Let's proceed with the matter at hand. That being, to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in the hospital, fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Gerdeb household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own. Now I'm under suspicion. What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings is the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why we would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh no! The incident 6 days ago. You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Unfortunately, yes. Please tell court what happened that day. And of course, we will be interested in to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shakespeare.
But what happened 6 days ago was nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court on the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February. The evening of 17th of February.
It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
I was at the tavern on the eve which thou speakst. For I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in this area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business.
let me see something. I don't have anything concrete to connect, like, that I can present to connect, I don't think. Yes, the second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is the most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shakespeare. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken, that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of law make on the floor above mine! When Sasaki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder? As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true. It does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Consul, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord. Let's do it. I need to connect this. What I need is that other letter. I think what I need to have happen is one of the two reacts to the other's statement. Hold it! I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident had been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider that it a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing really to tell. I was just walking along the pavement.
What are you painting there, by the way?
Hold it!
What were you doing there at that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend. What's it called?
Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Shums, that's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene of the underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road. Is that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End?
Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems that she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. It must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing?
'Twas be my pleasure, sire.
Hold it!
A tavern, you say? Which one?
'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End.
And a little unexpected, I feel.
What do you mean, Lord Benzeeks?
The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized. It's by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room.
Interesting. Thanks for that, Zeke. So he was going to a place that was well above, like, his salary or whatever.
It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
I would have expected grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas. Or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush.
All equally appetizing.
I just wanted to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that?
How different can water really be?
Or perhaps there's more plausible explanation. A specific reason why I had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact is that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he wouldn't normally. It does stand out. So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain those actions. Not at the moment. I wish we did, but sadly I can't think of anything at the moment.
If we find a clue that could explain why Mr. Shamspeare went there, we must present it to the court.
Yeah, absolutely. If that is all in the matter, Counsel, I would ask Miss Green to reiterate her next statement.
Hold it!
What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
Well, what does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Excuse me. Hi, SCT. How's it going? Mr. Shamspeare, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be, that is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me. It would never have thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps?
Well, nay, sire. 'Twas nothing at all.
Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean? After all, you were both lodgers in the same house.
I would it was so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging has been rarely known to me.
So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green?
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before, containing the notes, do you have it upon your person?
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Beautiful. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. Of course. That's what links Mr. Shamspeare and Miss Green. I want to take a closer look at this. First of all, this... And actually, just click it. Nice. Click. Move the cursor. Thank you. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? The screen strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah.
What is it?
The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen the exact same shape somewhere else.
Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruto?
Exactly. That's it. Try to match them up. Bingo.
They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
And this is the piece that was found in, Shamspeare's room. A note in the envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. The envelope fits perfectly with the torn off piece found in the scene of the crime. A ripped piece. It fits perfectly with the envelope in Miss Green's possession. Alrighty. It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green. Alright, now we can go back. Let me save the game.
Alright.
Hold it!
I think it was this statement. School U10, Thorndike, Brixton. Nice picture. Tell the court. Ah, wrong statement. Never mind. It was this one, surely.
Hold it!
Slug and Solid. Not a very appetizing name, gonna be honest. Yep. Alright. Mr. Shamspeare. Yes, sire? On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakst. Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Namely, the card.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer. Good lord, Miss Green's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of the utmost importance. Mr. Shamspeare, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that it's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspeare?
Well... Excuse me. Can I say something?
Sure. Yeah, Miss Green?
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Actually, it does. Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about this card.
Very well, then. You may amend your testimony to include the details about the peculiar note. Alright? Has nothing to do with the odd man next to you. Yeah. And yet, we have the exact same piece of... There's yet another piece of evidence that proves that's wrong. If that's the case, then why was piece of it in his house?
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible. Everything that's happened to me.
Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's a torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspeare's room. In my room. Mr. Shamspeare, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to a Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. And so, that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspeare. You already knew about this note, didn't you? What? And you, Miss Green?
What did I do?
As this torn off end of the envelope proves, this note was originally in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession?
I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all.
There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspeare's room and stole it.
You did what? So that was what? You broke... that were in my room! What on earth do you want with me?
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Miss Green,
Yes?
whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you've endured in recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes. I know.
Very well then, witnesses, you will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
There's another thing that even connects you to her. Why is it in the floorboards of your room you have a picture of her lover? The man who is now dead. Alright.
I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day it writ therein, I did tarry a long hour, the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here and ask for that torn off piece of the envelope. I don't know anything about it.
You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamsphere?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have it set upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you want to think? How unfair of you to think that I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon.
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and a fledgling artist don't lie. The note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamsphere's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best.
Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Well, counsel?
I'm ready, my lord.
Very well. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamsphere's room. There can be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yeah, two facts are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. And it's not a pretty one. Right off the bat, I want to save. But I have a feeling... I don't know, I just have a feeling. Terry, nobody came. Internet dies. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I don't know if this will work, but I'm gonna try it. Is it this?
Objection!
Nope. Ah! Your Honor, forget everything! Now! Hold on.
Whoops. Messed up all the settings on accident. Everything should be okay. Alright. Alright, guess we start from the beginning here. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all?
Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as the foreign tongue. Even a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable.
But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In fact, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you?
Alack, if the choice were betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'twas with foreboding that I'd be forced to declare. We are by some measure acquainted.
Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature.
Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared?
Well, yes, sire, just as thou says.
Really? You paused for a moment before you answered.
In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at the Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me dust a great many companions.
What do you mean?
Flies, sir, flies! Good lord. In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from a midsummer night dream, come to taunt me.
I think they were just flies.
I can't help but thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me?
I am not the person to answer that question for you, Susato. I apologize.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing?
Such idle thoughts never occurred to occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
In other words, you didn't notice.
Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsumi's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts never occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding. Isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the notes. I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What sort of antics getting at?
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that this could that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that?
I
won't deny that Mr. Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless.
Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodging cell? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruto. We're so close now, I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. We all know the villain here. So you don't tell the court... So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
Introverted? Fie! This fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman?
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure.
Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thy instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days, oh, the years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain.
Mr. Naruto, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mr. Zato. No, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument
is evidence. Yes. Miss Green did in fact break into Shakespeare's room. Shakespeare's found a note.
two more or less foregone conclusions. Nobody came. Well...
Objection!
What?
Your Honor, forget everything. Wait.
Objection!
What?
My lord, give me an assist here. You think I snuck into this man's rooms? Do you? Why would I?
Objection!
Your Honor.
Help.
I don't know. I can point at the villain here, and as for the torn off piece of paper... Let me see if I press something again, if it'll reveal anything. Does it? For some reason...
Objection!
Pick. Why would you sneak into this man's room?
Objection!
Nope. That statement is hurting my head. I know what it's asking here. I just don't know how to make it, like, go forward.
Objection!
Oh. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle, and though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, this is Jean's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine.
What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare.
Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shampier's room with poison.
Can this be?
You broke into my room to...
It may seem incredible to the court, but from on the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shampspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Ah, the pain.
Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with the intent to kill?
Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts.
But if Miss Green did indeed set the odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely.
Well, that's a very good point.
Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon.
Zeeks?
There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time.
Lord Van Zeeks?
And of course, the following morning, there was more activity at Mr. Shampspeare's address.
More activity? Ah, yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder?
That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shampspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. To cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant.
But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shampspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe.
His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant.
And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again.
Right! Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end.
A trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted.
That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shampspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe has been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier.
Mary!
With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan.
What plan?
The court will recall that the note gave instructions to the to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear.
To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time.
To make sure I wasn't home.
Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed.
You mean to say that letter
Was written by Miss Green, yes. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room.
Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness?
Oh?
Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me?
Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial.
So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Now we're getting to the real heart of this. Duncan Ross.
Duncan Ross?
That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings of Mr. Gerardus, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross.
I knew I'd heard that name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago. When the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. That does ring a bit. Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. But the man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple.
Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you... Duncan was...
Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé.
Fiancé?
You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry.
Mary!
Miss Green, is it not the case that, in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe?
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each one on different counts of murder?
Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
I knew that was coming. Yep.
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded.
What?
Why would Mr. Shamsby have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Raper, my liege. I haven't lied. Just lies, all lies. I deny every audience.
And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruto, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either.
Miss Green...
I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but... I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection!
But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear a poison on the pipe, what was your reason?
I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry? You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in this room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life.
Oh, violence! Oh, villainy! Oh, tyranny! Oh, rotundity of woman! But in any case, where I leave my room, I return the key in the lock.
That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door. With some terps and a piece of wire.
Oh, awfulness! Oh, awfulness! Oh, tyranny! Oh, profanity of woman!
We will consider your trespassing for some future occasion, but for now, Tell the court what you found, what evidence your search revealed.
Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place.
Yeah, we also discovered that hiding place.
Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty.
I had a feeling you were gonna say that. What? There was something in it.
Yes.
Oh.
This rather nice key.
What are you doing with that? What the?
Every ounce of color has drained from his face.
Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it?
No, What's all this about? He inherited that key?
It was obviously important to you, since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care.
Give it back this minute. Give it to me.
Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamsbury has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamsbury at first. But considering everything we now know, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present the evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamsbury's alleged crimes?
I think I get it now. I think I get the whole thing.
Take that!
It's gotta be this.
That's an official police report, is it? The Selden file? How did you get a hold of that? Is it a Selden?
The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they have lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly. A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see.
And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died.
The some £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as of yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. It's written in his file here. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up.
And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in.
You mean this key is...
Mr. Shamsbury, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not?
What are you talking about? This is a false charge, I tell you. A false charge.
The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. But a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is. But even if it's true, why would the demand be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot.
So, it all comes out.
Yes, and having established that, all of Mr. Shamsbury's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense.
when he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garrib's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's own room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gun-based plot to kill the occupants of the room. And when it was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room.
However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspeare? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. And there's a very easy way we can confirm all of this. All we need is that key and Natsume's room. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck.
Listen, I want you to have me to loot anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's in there in the room where I was lodging when they had got me. Yeah, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare.
That's your truth.
It's mine.
I'm sorry? What did you just say?
It's
Mine. That loot is mine. Oh dear. Mr. Shamspeare?
It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't it right, ladies and gentlemen?
I think everyone's scared of you now.
If I don't admit it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me, for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen?
Everyone's scared.
I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it, and I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up?
There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through.
But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of the loot. Afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruto.
There is a way.
Pardon?
There's one way I can finish him.
No.
He's already committed to the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first.
a fine plan, but it's not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all times, it must be very well hidden. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly.
This is the final piece in this complex puzzle.
But I think we might have it in our possession already.
Or rather, I think we may have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. My lord?
Yes, Counsel?
The defense would like to make a proposal. How about how to find the late convict's hidden loot? I believe we are already in possession of something that can give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. I think I know where this is going. but I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to be presenting here. Sort of. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall?
Take that!
Skin prints. If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings? That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene.
Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Sholmes.
A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title?
I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title.
It's Sherlock Sholmes himself.
What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since we last met. Mr. Sholmes! He does know a lot of advanced then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Sholmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. And now, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Miss Sholmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what was Soseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Sun's loot that's hidden in his own room. What form will the sample take? Oh, here we go. One person's gonna find... This person ought to love this. It's gonna be their hand that finally puts an end to this. Present a person. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution for his loot. And something that convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Miss Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? Olive Green? Take it away.
Take that!
Miss Green?
Me? What do you want with me?
The key around your neck, if you please.
Sorry?
That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from a man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shamspeare, as one great to another, I assure you, if the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's soul and wealth.
In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key.
No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it!
It's over, Mr. Shamspeare.
No! No!
You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt.
Whoa!
more shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! Ah, what a beauty. He exploded into confetti! I am very pleased with this outcome. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods.
That's after you killed the young man. You still hadn't moved into the room.
I asked for the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent. For one thing. Mr. Garrett really has a lot to put up with. Yeah. I just feel bad for him now. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterward, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease.
Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing.
Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I finally had my chance. But it wasn't to be.
No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day.
And if I remember rightly, Mr. Shom spent the whole day in there reading books.
I couldn't ever even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room.
Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare? How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you. In your case, it's not to be. That's the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Well, that's it then. And then there's you.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yeah, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no
joke.
They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house.
There's spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight?
No, I better not. We said we waited out until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. Instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped-looking Easter man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grub's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick up quarrel with the publican.
The place is cursed, I tell you! Cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas, and I can hardly breathe. The pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go about investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? You mean...
Yes, everybody's heard stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
how anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. It just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
A black market?
I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected of the man's hampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamsphere was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamsphere. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I know it would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked.
And of course, Mr. Shamsphere followed your instructions to the letter.
I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I bought all around on the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying the devil's work wouldn't be done. And that was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done. And that the culprit would get his just desserts.
Temptation, temptation, temptation. Well, this is a sad case, ain't it? Three days ago, when you first stood in the dark before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yeah.
And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, disregarding the prosecution's racism, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green?
Yes, my lord.
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamsphere.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamsphere, you will be tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah, yes.
Yesterday, at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be, or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Well, personally, I'm glad of you being here, Miss Green.
Oh.
And I'd like to believe That's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake. At the very least. Oh.
Because of you, I choose life, not death. And now, you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume? Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We are in full agreement, my lord.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty, and I swear to God, if I see you in this courtroom another time, I'm just gonna throw the gavel at you. Court is adjourned.
That was a very satisfying breakdown of his.
Oh, yes! Yes, at last! Divine justice duly done!
Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would have shaved that mustache.
No! This has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Shums.
Logums to it, Mr. Naruto Squire! Once again, you saved me from doom!
I'm very happy you've been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days.
I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature whilst in a great homeland empire. And then, well, it was a fate. I was brought to the land that brought fruit to that literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through the friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark, dingy room of yours, did I not?
You did. And I've seen more life in this week than all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog.
My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences.
Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We all are just doing our best to live.
Well said. I've come to feel the same way.
I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan!
What? Just when we become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug on my heartstrings, it really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learnt here in Britain and write something of my own. Novel of sorts, I suppose.
Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume. How wonderful.
Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature.
Why not? When that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache.
I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper.
That's very true.
And there's no salvation from a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor.
The desire to return post haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes. Faced with such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm sure.
But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it.
And that was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Suzuki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar, and barely any time later, Susawa-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only plausible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Are we gonna see that now? Hey!
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. To uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson?
I've been eating chips, fish and chips, for 12 hours.
Grexy's been happily munching an agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily, I think perhaps humorously might be closer to truth.
So, it transpires that the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall. What the? What is that? Oh, what the heck?
Looks to be some sort of neckband or collar.
Huh. Well, I can see why it's expensive. It's got all these jewels on it. It's also bloody, which is very concerning. A collar? It's huge, though. Look at all the gems.
And look at all the gemstones in it. I can see why it's claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. Have you noticed on the inside there? There are some dark stains.
You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. And of course, there's the emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown.
What does this signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know?
Have I seen that before? Wait. Oh, actually that makes a lot of sense if that's it. The script from Case 5 of the first game, it was Hound of the Baskervilles. Hound, it's a giant collar. Baskervilles starts with a B. This could be it. That's enough of that, I think. Oh, and Sholmes is very scary about it. What? What's the matter with Sholmes? All the color is drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? I believe it could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. Yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over now! I'd never seen a collar that large before. And all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me. At least not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they really have been blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? It's all buttoned up now.
And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
I'm talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustache man and the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make a 2-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
A word please, Iris.
Yes, what is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of the 2 titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear?
Yes.
Shums is normally never like that, so...
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Ooh. Well, we'll be saving that for later, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you all so much for watching. I will hopefully stream tomorrow. And yeah. Guess I'll just see you then. In the return of the great departed soul. See ya.